Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply is called to order. Today, we will be debating Resolution E4, which reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,124,314,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development pursuant to the estimates. So we'll turn it over to the Minister. You have 1 hour for opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for being with me tonight to go through the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. It is an honor to be the new Minister of the Department, and I look forward to the discussion and the questions that we are going to engage in this evening to start. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Like many Nova Scotians, I have personal connections to our education system. But as the new Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development, it has been my pleasure to have a more in-depth opportunity to learn about the work being done by this department and across our system. Nova Scotians have a lot to be proud of in our education system, and I am pleased to have this opportunity today to discuss my department's budget and key priorities for 2021-2022. Before I begin, I would like to introduce those joining me today that you may not see on screen, but they are here. Karen Gation is the Associate Deputy Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development, and David Potter is our Executive Director of Financial Services. Karen and David will assist me today in answering your questions. I also want to recognize many of the other folks that are involved with establishing our budget here in the department and the work that they do every day to support the entire system, ultimately with supporting our students. It has been an honor to work with them over the last month, and I can't thank them enough for the support that they have shown to me as I became the new minister and the work they do every day. I'll start off with COVID-19 and our back to school plan. I don't think I can begin talking about this budget and our plan for the fiscal year ahead without acknowledging where we've come from. Last year was tremendously challenging for everyone, and the education sector was no different. Within this challenging environment came a lot of hard work by a lot of dedicated people. Mountains were moved, long-held traditions and ways of doing things were interrupted. But as a system, we moved forward together and have kept everyone safe. When Nova Scotia students, teachers, administrators, and support staff went on March break last year, I don't think anyone understood they wouldn't be coming back to class until September. But that's the situation we faced. While school looked a lot different, everyone stepped up to ensure our students had the support they needed to learn from home for the final portion of their year. Something that was clearly illustrated during the COVID-19 lockdown was the importance of the support students receive in the education system that benefit their overall well-being. The pandemic reinforced the importance of in-person school for students' emotional, physical, intellectual, and social development. Learning from home, while necessary for the physical safety of everyone, had different impacts for different students. Experts told us, and we agree, the best place for children is in the classroom. On that basis, we worked to put a plan in place that would ensure the safety of everyone in our schools during this pandemic. For our pre-primary to grade 12 system, the province's back to school plan has provided a layered approach to COVID-19 safety in schools. This plan, which we developed in consultation with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, the Public School Administrators Association of Nova Scotia, Public Health, the IWK Health Centre, and our educational support unions, was informed by input from more than 28,000 parents and students. I won't go over all the details of this plan, but as much as possible, we wanted to retain the experiences that make schools special for our students, teachers, staff, and specialists, and be as safe as possible for everyone. In developing this plan, we knew our knowledge of COVID-19 would evolve as the pandemic evolves. And that's why our plan has been updated as our colleagues in public health have updated their guidance. Not everything has looked the same, and for some of our favorite activities have been interrupted. But by all measures, Nova Scotia has had a successful and safe school year so far. And most importantly, and what contrasts Nova Scotia with many jurisdictions, is that for the most part, our students have been learning in class since the start of the school year. Thank you to our teachers, students, staff, families, and all of those people who have helped to ensure a successful school year in Nova Scotia. This budget contains the investments needed to maintain public health measures. And as we enter the final months of the school year, I am confident that we will finish the year strong. The Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is responsible for the development and education of our young people from birth to high school graduation. We want our schools to be welcoming and inclusive places that celebrate all abilities and support the well-being and achievement of every student. And I'm pleased to say that Budget 2021-2022 builds on the department's work of ensuring our children receive the education support they need, particularly during this challenging time. The 2021-22 budget for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is $1.5 billion. This represents an increased investment over last year of $112.1 million, or 7.6%, in the future of our children. Since 2013-14, the department's budget has increased by $485.7 million, or 43%, representing some of the largest funding increases to our education system in living memory. My department's budget reflects our commitment and investments in our early years in public education systems, investments that make a real difference in the lives of children, students, and their families. I'd like to start by speaking about our early learning and childcare sector. In 2014, after 20 years of little or no investment by successive governments, Nova Scotia embarked on a journey to create the highest quality, most affordable and accessible early learning and childcare system in the country. And every decision we have made since 2013 has been made with that goal in mind. The work of everyone in our early learning and childcare sector is vitally important. They are helping to prepare and shape our future generation while enabling prosperity for today's families. We value their work and commitment, which is why we continue to support those who want to pursue a career in early childhood education. When we started this work, early childhood educators told us that they were among the lowest paid in the country and wanted more training opportunities. Childcare operators told us they wanted more flexibility with how they spent government dollars. And families told us that childcare was too expensive. The cost was unpredictable and rising each year, and that childcare was not always available in their home communities. We set out to change that. We introduced a wage floor that would ensure ECEs were paid more money and were no longer the lowest paid in Canada. Pay for ECEs in Nova Scotia now ranks in the middle nationally. We created more opportunities for ECEs to complete additional training, including those from African Nova Scotian and Indigenous communities. With more training comes higher quality care for our children and higher wages for ECs. We allowed childcare operators to use the money government gave them to best suit their business needs, all to ensure long-term sustainability. We limited the increases that childcare centers could charge families so that families could manage their childcare bill with greater certainty. Our childcare subsidy program continues to provide more support to eligible families who need help with their bills. Currently, the subsidy program supports over 4,000 families in Nova Scotia. We know Nova Scotia, not all families live in Halifax, Truro, or Sydney. So we created childcare spaces in communities that needed more. And we introduced the universal pre-primary program so that every 4-year-old in the province has access to a high-quality early learning program. The provincial rollout of pre-primary is now complete. And this year, the program welcomed more than 6,000 children. Since its inception, more than 14,500 Nova Scotia children have benefited from pre-primary. Access to 4-year-olds has increased from only 1 in 4 children accessing childcare to 100% of Nova Scotia's 4-year-olds having access to this important early support. The research is clear that having early learning in schools helps with transitions for children. They become more comfortable in a school setting, and they know the teachers and administrators when they arrive in grade primary. After having a year of pre-primary, they arrive all ready and eager to learn in primary. We did all of this to create the highest quality, most affordable and accessible early learning and childcare system in the country. And what are the benefits for these investments? They have created, for the first time ever, opportunities for women and families to return to the workforce because they had a safe place to put their children. It has created more than 900 new ECE jobs across Nova Scotia in pre-primary. It supports the employment of over 2,500 ECEs working in regulated childcare across the province. And while we created free early learning spaces for 4-year-olds to increase access for families, we also created about 2,000 new spaces in childcare, with half of those spaces in communities with little or no access to care. This also increased access for families. This is good news for the economy and for the workforce, and we are not done. As I said, when I began my remarks, last year was unlike any other. On the very first day when it was announced that schools and centers had to close, we reassured families that they wouldn't have to pick between a mortgage payment and a daycare bill at a time when they couldn't access care. We reassured early childhood educators by telling them we needed them to stay well and in the sector. When it is safe to open, we needed them to return to childcare, and that is why we paid their entire wages during the closure. And we reassured childcare operators. We told them we need them to be able to open back up when it is safe to do so, and that is why we help them with costs like heat, rent, and electricity. I'm pleased to say that when it was safe to open childcare, 98% of all centers chose to reopen. ECEs returned to childcare, and families who needed childcare at the time came back. Before COVID, approximately 86% of all available childcare spaces in the province were occupied. And while we are still in a global pandemic, at this time, about 76% of all childcare spaces are being utilized. Nova Scotia also offers other supports to the sector, including to those operators who may need help. This could include reviews of their funding and budgets to help with recruitment and retention. Our bottom line is that if an operator is struggling, we are there to help. We also meet regularly with representatives from the sector, which ensures an open line of dialogue and allows for discussion about concerns or opportunities. It is no surprise that things are returning to pre-COVID levels in childcare given Nova Scotia's strong economic recovery. We did this to create the highest quality, most affordable, accessible early learning and childcare system in the country. Despite all the good work that has been completed, we aren't done, and I am excited about the future. We are on the cusp of a pan-Canadian universal system. Nova Scotia has met with the Government of Canada several times since they announced their intention to create a universal system to tell them we believe in a universal system, we want to be partners, and we want to bring universality to Nova Scotia. We want it, our families need it, and we are ready to work with our partners to make it happen. Nova Scotians can be assured that their government will continue to negotiate hard and fiercely to make sure we have an access to federal dollars to support the creation of a universal system. We need their support to make this happen. A universal system will, without a doubt, help us reach our goal, a journey we started in 2013 to create the highest quality, most affordable and accessible early learning and childcare system in Canada. Research shows that $1 invested in every childhood education, and early childhood education, yields $6 in economic benefits over the lifetime of a child. By creating this opportunity for children, we know that we create opportunities for stronger, more vibrant communities. My department's 2021-2022 budget invests a total of $132.6 million in our early learning and childcare sector, including $54 million for pre-primary and $75 million in the childcare sector. Nova Scotia's 370 schools, almost 9,000 teachers, and over 5,000 administrators and support staff welcome more than 121,000 students every day from pre-primary to grade 12. To ensure our students have quality learning experiences, we have funded 1,041 new teaching positions and 717 non-teaching student support positions since 2013-2014. As I said earlier in my remarks, we want our schools to be welcoming and inclusive places for everyone. Our students have a variety of backgrounds and experiences. They come from different socioeconomic, cultural, religious, and family backgrounds, and these varied perspectives enrich our school communities. And as varied as our students' experiences are, so too are their needs. Our goal has been to put more resources where they are needed to improve the learning experience for all students and the teaching conditions for our educators. In the past 3 years, we have invested an unprecedented $45 million new dollars in the system to add over 620 additional teachers, education workers, and specialists in our classrooms and school communities. These people, like autism specialists, guidance counselors, African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq student support workers, behavioral support specialists, child and youth care practitioners, and education assistants have already helped thousands of children and their families. And I am pleased to say that this budget invests an additional $15 million to continue implementing the recommendations of the Commission on Inclusive Education to create a more inclusive education system for all students, bringing the total investment to $60 million. With this funding, several hundred more inclusive education positions will be created. We are proud of our transformative work to make our system inclusive for all, and we remain strongly committed to our 5-year plan, raising the bar and closing the achievement gap for students. In September 2020, we implemented a new inclusive education policy. The policy's objective is to ensure that every student has access to an adequate and high-quality education that is culturally and linguistically responsive, accepting, and respectful in supporting and valuing their learning and diverse abilities. I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight some of the incredible work that has been done on inclusive education in our province. My department and leaders in the education system are committed to narrowing the gap and improving outcomes for African Nova Scotian, Mi'kmaq, and other Indigenous learners. We have worked with Regional Centers for Education and the Council Lacadian Provincial to support and implement training in what is called the culturally responsive pedagogy. This training results in teaching that connects students' social, cultural, family, or language background to what the student is learning. We also plan to introduce a new anti-racism and anti-discrimination leadership module this school year that will ensure principals, vice principals, and other leaders in the education system are empowered with the knowledge, skills, and confidence they need to make their professional responsibility, to take up their professional responsibility and appropriately identify, respond, and eliminate racism and discrimination. This module design has been built on first voice consultation with over 500 students, parents, and education professionals. I apologize, it's Council Scholar Acadien, so I pronounced that wrong in my speech, so my apologies to everyone. So there are 7,796 students in our education system who self-identify as being of African ancestry. Inclusive education compels us to address the known opportunity gap that exists for these students. To close this gap and improve outcomes for African Nova Scotian and Black learners, we have developed the African Nova Scotian Education Framework. This framework identifies the knowledge, practices, and processes which ensure Black learners feel accepted, safe, and valued so they can best learn and succeed. We have also prioritized the wellness of African Nova Scotia students. Regional coordinators of African Nova Scotia education have been hired in 7 of our 8 regional centers for education and Council Scolaire Acadien provincial to lead the discussions and decisions on academic achievement, wellness, and parent guardian empowerment for Black students. We're also increasing authentic learning resources which explore African Nova Scotian and African Canadian experience as part of our shared history, as well as the Mi'kmaq knowledge system, which weaves Mi'kmaq and other Indigenous experiences into the fabric of learning. This approach helps students and teachers understand the importance of relationships and why Nova Scotia has evolved into a prosperous province we are today. As we celebrate, we are all 3 people. There are 6,834 self-identified students of Mi'kmaq and Indigenous ancestry in our education system. This is an opportunity gap with respect to how students of Indigenous heritage perform compared to their peers in both literacy and mathematics. I am pleased to say that recently there has been a notable narrowing of the gap in grade 6 reading, writing, and mathematics, but our efforts continue to improve outcomes for Mi'kmaq and Indigenous learners. These efforts include treaty education, for which a curriculum development framework has been created in partnership with the Mi'kmaq and other provincial departments. We continue to increase access to treaty education resources with the goal of growing and understanding among all students of the Mi'kmaq teachings and culture. This also helps Mi'kmaq and other Indigenous students gain a strong sense of identity, pride, and belonging in the public education system. We have also recently developed the Mi'kmaq education model to address the systemic power structures and inequities that create barriers for Mi'kmaq and other Indigenous students. This model will provide system leadership to support the well-being and academic success of Mi'kmaq and other Indigenous learners. Mi'kmaq education coordinators have been hired in all regional centers for education and Council Scolaire Acadien provincial to lead discussions in decision-making, achievement, well-being, and parent and guardian empowerment, and community engagement. My department is also supporting our 2SL LGBTQ+ learners, including partnering with the Youth Project to deliver programs, training, and workshops for youth, teachers, and staff. This builds on previous initiatives, including provincial guidelines to support transgender and gender nonconforming students, modifications to Power School so the preferred name of the student appears on all school documents and that their preferred pronoun is honored, and changing practices so a gender marker of X is available through Power School. We also continue to improve supports for students with diverse learning needs. For what is called a multi-tiered system of support, which is an approach being used in schools across the province, we work to provide students with the right support at the right time, at the right intensity. This includes ensuring the classroom meets the broadest range of needs it can and moving to more specialized or individualized supports for a particular student or group of students if that is required. We're also working to put additional specialists and supports in place for students who need help with self-regulation and to strengthen social, emotional learning resources for teachers and students. We continue to increase our capacity to effectively support students with multiple or complex learning challenges through the addition of a range of supports, including broad certified behavioral analysts. This includes the provision of intense support for students with autism spectrum disorder. These are just a few examples of the work happening to make our education system more inclusive. A key part of our work to make the system more inclusive is to have our inclusive education policy evaluated by outside experts. Researchers, I apologize if I get the pronunciation of the name wrong, Hargraves and Jessica Whitley are from the University of Ottawa and have been engaged to provide a 3-year rolling evaluation of the policy's implementation. This approach allows government and course correct based on ongoing input from the researchers. Their report will help us gain a deeper understanding of what is working and what may need to be adjusted to better support students. I look forward to sharing their evaluation of our first year soon. Now I'd like to talk about our capital plan. Right now, despite a global pandemic, Nova Scotia is thriving. We have families choosing to live, work, and play in our province, resulting in unprecedented population growth. In February, my predecessor updated Nova Scotia Schools' capital plan. This plan allows us to manage this growth, modernize our schools, and create new opportunities for students in areas like technology and the environment as we design new modern learning spaces. Through this plan, 13 new schools are being built. 4 more are receiving major additions or renovations, and the final 4 P3 schools are being purchased. Some highlights include a new pre-primary to grade 8 elementary and a new grade 9 to 12 school in Bedford. These schools will be co-located to maximize outdoor space and some efficiencies like heating. Adjusting the size of the new J.L. Isley and Spryfield to accommodate population growth and a new grade configuration. A second gym and theater for the new Breton Education Center in New Waterford. And new classrooms and education space for École Acadienne de Conquête, which part of a larger project with the federal government and community that includes a new community center. Nova Scotia began releasing a 5-year rolling capital plan in 2018, which provides a predictable long-term outlook for school construction and major renovations addressing the recommendations of the Auditor General. This capital plan is focused on building a strong and modern public education system from the ground up that meets the needs of students. This is an exciting and challenging time for the education system. Throughout this pandemic, we have seen everyone rise to the occasion. We have developed new ways of doing things. We have adapted our schools and childcare centers to ensure they are safe while protecting the integrity of vital services that they provide. I'm proud to be Nova Scotia's Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. I'm proud of the thousands of people who work across the system every day with one single goal in mind: to ensure our province's children and youth have the support they need to develop and grow. In closing, I want to thank every child, student, parent and guardian, teacher, educator, principal, administrator, early childhood educator, and anyone else who puts their best effort forward every day to make our education system as good as it is and better. Our work is never over. We always strive to improve education in this province. Nova Scotia has made great gains and our future is bright. There's more work to be done, but together we can create the best possible start for Nova Scotians so they can have the best possible future. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my opening remarks.
Thank you, Minister. We'll turn things over now to the PC caucus, the honorable member for Dartmouth East. You have 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could only get 1 hour at public accounts. Minister, thank you so much for your opening remarks. I want you to know how much I appreciate them. I have no doubt for a moment your sincerity in taking on this wonderful challenge to be the province's Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. It is a very, very important responsibility, and I know that you feel that. I want you to know I certainly appreciate your acknowledgement that children need to be in school. And I know that on a parental level. I know you know that on a parental level. And certainly from an educational point of view, for our kids' development, that's where they need to be. Funny enough, just today in my Facebook memories, it popped up that my girlfriend and I were during the at-home learning this time last year, getting the kids to do different presentations. And boy, you have a sense of gratitude, knowing our kids are in school, sending them off to school this morning. You certainly have that sense of gratitude, specifically with, what's happening in the rest of the country. So I certainly appreciate your opening remarks. I want to thank you and the staff at the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development for their ongoing work that they do to support our students, families, and our communities. Certainly, I was listening attentively to your opening remarks related to inclusive education, early learning. I certainly have a million questions here, Mr. Chair, for the Minister, but I do want to start off with something that was indicated in the Minister's opening remarks with respect to Professors Whitley and Haregrave's inclusive education and its ongoing strengthening of that model is something that I'm very passionate about. So could the Minister be more specific as to the timeline when we can expect that report from Professors Whitley and Haregraves?
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks to the member for the question, and I really appreciate the conversations that we've had really since I taken on the role as minister. I appreciate you coming into the department. I hope that we can continue to do that and have those conversations. I have a lot of respect because you are an educator first and foremost. Before we all had jobs before we became politicians, but I respect the fact that you come from the sector and that you bring a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience, not only as an educator, but with your interactions with students and staff on a daily basis. I want to start off by saying that, and to the member, I hope we can continue to keep the open dialogue to ensure that that as stuff arises, that I want your feedback on policy that we're going to be developing. There's some things that I want to look at while I have the honor of being minister of this department that I think we can do together to support kids, particularly on the report. So we actually have the report now. We're just kind of going through the report now. So I don't have a specific date on it, but we do have it. We're going through it. Staff is going through it, and then I'll be talking a bit more about it in the future. I think what I want to reiterate as part of that question is that there's 15 more million going into this budget. This brings us to $60 million to support inclusive education. What that represents when it comes to a staffing perspective, you're looking at over 250 more positions this year that will cover a broad range of supports for students. This has been a commitment that we have been passionate about as a government, that we needed to happen, and one that I personally see every day, how hard these and how dedicated these teachers are and these educators are to these students. My wife is one of those teachers who takes great pride in the fact that she is a learning center teacher at home. I see the dedication that her and her staff put in to ensure that these students have all the supports that they need, that they feel as welcome as possible, that they feel part of the school system, and that their families are engaged too as well. So to finish off your first question, sir, the report's back. We're going through it now, but I'm excited about the investments that we are making this year to keep our 4-year commitment.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when will that report be released to Nova Scotians?
Minister.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, we have the report. We're going through it. We're going to release it as quick as we can to Nova Scotians, but I just don't have that specific date yet. We have the report. We need to go through it, and then you'll hear me talk more about it in the near future.
Member?
And could you provide us the Cliff's Notes or the Coles Notes of the content or the scope of the analysis of our inclusive education system? What were the sort of the top 3 or 4 key variables that were analyzed within our inclusive education system?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through to the member. So the report, our response to the report is coming very soon. So there are a number of aspects that I'll talk about when I actually release it. I think it's important to recognize that this was one piece that that we were working with the team. But again, I want to reiterate: when we make investments in the system, which we've had over the last 40 or 60 million dollars now, we're basing a lot of that on the feedback that we're hearing from our educators across the province. So that's why you're seeing the supports, the additional supports to support African Nova Scotian communities or Mi'kmaq Indigenous students. So these are important investments, but specific to that report, it's coming out. We need to do our due diligence to go through before we release it, but it will be released in the near future.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And can the minister confirm to what extent in that report was differentiated instruction as practiced by our teachers in this province? To what degree was differentiated instruction looked at, and how much that's being practiced by our teachers in Nova Scotia?
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the member. So what I'll say at this point is that it's part of the multi-tiered approach to the system. But again, this report will be released in very short order. So I'm going to reserve my comments specifically to the report until I give staff the ability to do the job, go through the report, and then we'll release it to Nova Scotians when we're ready. But that's going to happen very soon.
The Honourable Member.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's correct to say that you're not prepared to commit to a date, a general timeline as to when this report will be made public to Nova Scotians. Is that correct?
Minister.
So what I am committing to today is that we're going to release the report in short order. I'm going to allow our wonderful staff here in the department to do their work with our partners. But what we're committing as a government is another $15 million towards inclusive education. So again, based on the feedback that we're receiving in the system, another 250 positions will be added to the system this year to support students across the province. So that's really the big commitment from government. That report is coming. It's important to us, but we have to let staff do their job before I'm going to get into details. And we will release it to the public, and we will have I'm sure we'll have a wholesome conversation about what the report says.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to switch gears a little bit to the minister with respect to school staffing, specifically within the largest regional center for education here in Nova Scotia, the HRCE. Over the past few days, I've heard a number of concerns from our teachers and administrators with respect to staffing, how staffing is being allocated. So there's a couple questions I have regarding that within the HRCE. My first question is, can the minister confirm, is grade 9 and 10 being desemestered in grade 9 and grade 10?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So we're still in the process of staffing. So we're working. I had this conversation with the union president actually yesterday. So no decisions have been made at this point. At this point every year we go through staffing based on enrollment. So that's actually happening with the union right now based on some of the new additions to the collective agreement. So right now, no decisions have been made, but we're going through what we go through annually, which is looking at our enrollment projections and what staffing allocations are needed.
A member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So absolutely, Minister, I want the Minister to know I appreciate that. I've been through that process many times as a teacher and as an acting vice principal. The process of staffing is certainly a logistics roller coaster, an emotional roller coaster often for some of our newest teachers. And certainly this year, we all have acknowledged just how challenging it has been for our educators, for our administrators and our support staff. Can the Minister confirm, is it true that our high school teachers, they will now teach 7 classes per year instead of the 6 out of 8 in our semester system?
The Honourable Minister.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So I think one of the most important aspects of your question is that under the new collective agreement that was ratified with the union, there's a 12.5% percentage now when it comes to marking and prep time. So that's an increase that was negotiated with the union under the new agreement. So we're in the process of determining what that's going to look like to ensure that that new prep time is implemented into it. So that work's ongoing.
Member?
So if I've understood correctly, the work is ongoing and no decisions have been made as to teachers teaching 7 classes per year rather than 6. Is it correct to say no decision has been made on that yet?
Minister.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member. So yeah, there's been no decision made right now. Like the biggest thing, we're going through a process with staffing. One of the big changes was the ratification of the new contract where it upped the prep and marking time to 12.5%. So we have to respect that. The union asked for that in this. It was negotiated and agreed upon. So now we go through that process to implement that 12.5%. So there's been no decision on how many courses at this point teachers will be teaching.
Member?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly, I want the minister to be aware, certainly in this community that I represent and the communities surrounding Dartmouth, there's a lot of concern, and I'm hearing that principals may already be telling some of their staff members to expect, a reduction of 4 to 8 teachers, depending on the high school that they're at. Obviously, I want the minister to know, as a teacher, as a former teacher, knowing the grind of high school, I could take you to my basement and show you binders upon binders of lesson plans that take hours and hours to develop. And if you take away those positions, I want the minister to be aware, just to how consequential that is for schools and communities. So obviously I'm understanding that no decision has been made, yet what I'm understanding is transpiring on the ground here in Metro and in our high schools is that there's a lot of concern. So the sooner the minister can clarify what is going on, the department can clarify what is going on, the better. Certainly we recognize just how challenging this year has been on our staff and obviously our students and families. So if no decision has been made, I certainly I'm going to ask the minister, when will a decision be made? When will there be clarity brought to what teachers can expect with respect to their scheduling?
Minister.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, and I agree with you. This is, of course, we don't want. We want to make sure that everybody is aware as quickly as possible about what the future holds. And I also want to reiterate your comments about how unprecedented this year has been, and thank our teachers for looking after our kids. Really, in a time of great uncertainty. They really have been the foundation of ensuring that our kids not only are in the classroom learning, but also ensuring that our kids are receiving the supports that they need. You said this to me before in the conversations that we've had, is that we both agree, and I'm sure our colleague agrees from the NDP that our kids belong in school. That's where they were going to get the best supports, and they belong in front of our amazing teachers. So. So I can appreciate some of the uncertainty that you may be hearing on the ground. I think it's important to again reiterate that we have a new collective agreement. In that collective agreement, there is an increase in prep time and correcting time for our teachers, negotiated by the union. We have to work around that, but we're going to try to get it done as quick as we can. But every year we go through this, and this is what we're going through again at this time of the year. So there'll be more to come, but I appreciate you letting me know about that, because I always want to hear what's happening on the ground. So if that's an issue, you and I we should have a conversation after this as well.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, Minister, and certainly I'm aware of the collective agreement and the 12.5% and so forth, and agreed upon. Yes, absolutely, I understand that. I just want to take this opportunity and let the minister be aware, and senior staff. After 13 years teaching high school, I know this. If high school teachers are asked to teach, say, an extra course, and they're already basically at their minimum contractual marking and prep time, I know this means, no teachers can be scheduled to do any kind of duty during the teaching day. And at many high schools in this area, there's normally 2, 3, maybe 3 or 4 teachers doing, during each teaching period, who are on duty throughout the building, which allows them, Minister, to monitor the hallways, which is critical to the safety of the schools. And not only that, from a teaching perspective, building relationships, which is the end goal of what we do in education. And so outside of that actual classroom environment, that is where a lot of behavioral issues are addressed. And that's what I'm concerned about when I'm hearing this, is that the impact that this can have on the functioning of schools. If there's no teachers on duty, who would be watching over students in the hallways, in the cafeteria, in the common areas, outside? I mean, this is something we've emphasized. So I'd like to put this on the minister's radar screen and make him aware of obviously if there are changes to the semestering system for grade 9 and 10. If changes such as this proceed, please be aware of the consequences. Sometimes, the uncalculated consequences that may transpire. Shifting gears, I'd like to take some time, Mr. Chair, to discuss with the minister issues related to school infrastructure, specifically ventilation, water, windows, and pathways. Now, I'm just going to need the minister to bear with me for a moment just to set up this situation. Here in Dartmouth, in East Dartmouth specifically, and I'm sure we have this in Dartmouth South and in North End Dartmouth as well, we have many elementary and junior high schools that are on the same site. And many of these schools in this area, when they were constructed in the early 70s, mid 70s, early 1980s, it was done often, I understand, the junior high and elementary, so that siblings can go back and forth between the schools. Two schools in my area, Brookhouse and Ellenvale, and Bel Air Elementary, which I attended back in the day, and Eric Graves. These are two examples of sites where the idea is to allow easy commutes between sites for students, except for the wintertime when these paths are not maintained. And I've done a bit of research, and turns out some of these paths during the wintertime aren't being cleared. And one of my constituents here in Dartmouth East has attempted to get the path cleared at Bel Air and Eric Graves for a number of years. And the process she's gone through, I want the minister to be aware, it's like a skit out of Monty Python. It really is, right? And she's spoken to the Center for Education. She's spoken to HRM because there's a fire hydrant on the path, and she was hoping that HRM would clear that fire hydrant. She's spoken to the HRM counselor. She's spoken to me. She's spoken to the executive director of HRCE, yet the path still doesn't get cleared. And as a matter of fact, a number of parents this winter, and admittedly it wasn't as a harsh winter as we've had in the past, that these parents went out and they've cleared this path. So they are told that if there's an alternative route, students are to take that alternative route. But that alternative route neglects the very reason why the schools were built beside each other in the first place. Bottom line, the end result is that children and members of the community are put at risk for injury. So my question is this to the minister, Mr. Chair: does the department track these type of infrastructure situations? Obviously, my understanding is that this happens in quite a few schools in HRCE where there's an alternative route. Kids are encouraged to take that alternative route, to take the streets when those paths aren't being cleared. So is the department tracking how often this is occurring?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the member. We don't track it, but I'm happy to pass it along to our operations folks. So if you, I almost called you by first name. If the MLA would like to just send me a note on it, that'd be great. We'll make sure that that we look into it. But do we track it? No, but we always want to make sure that if something like this comes up, that we address it.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, all the due process has been followed. I want to assure the minister of that. And obviously, bringing an issue like this in this format, obviously all other options have been exhausted. It's certainly, the end goal here is to make the department aware. And I'm curious, to what extent is the department tracking these things. And I certainly recognize, obviously the Centers for Education and CSAP, they have a level of autonomy and they're monitoring these things. But again, it's a level of frustration that parents are having. And at the end of the day, they just want their kids to get from point A to point B safely. And obviously, I'm curious too, how many other schools, in this area and throughout the province have similar designs, and parents and students are being told that these connecting paths won't be maintained if a street option is available. And certainly nothing, annoys parents and guardians more when the infrastructure isn't working in their favor. So just as long as this is on the radar screen, and I appreciate the Minister, Pratt, we'll have a chat about that. Obviously, the frustration here for these parents is they're caught up in a bureaucratic maze. They have to jump through hoops to get a path cleared in order to keep their kids safe. And I want the Minister to be aware, the HRCE has indicated that if other street paths are available, they should be used. So again, I'm just curious, to what degree they, that this is being tracked. Obviously, I know that, that's something you've said that isn't, but just definitely want it on the radar screen. With respect to school ventilation, there's been a lot of talk about school ventilation. Certainly, many, the school I taught in Dartmouth, some of the windows, Minister, they wouldn't even open. I've heard it from a lot of teachers, concerns about ventilation. So can the Minister clarify, how much was invested to deal with school ventilation, and moving forward, how much more will be invested to ensure all schools have adequate ventilation?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the members. So in regards to ventilation, we work very closely with public health on what we need to do as a department to support the regional centers to ensure that we're doing everything we can based on public health guidelines. So we've spent $1.6 million in enhanced checks in the last year for ventilation to ensure that we're doing everything we can in the schools across the province, again, based on our feedback and our support from public health. Of course, we do our normal checks throughout our operations annually to ensure that if we need to do any work to the ventilation systems, that we do. I'll finish off by saying that all of this stuff was all very important to Nova Scotians that we did this work during the last year, especially during the last year. We do our work annually, but our schools are safe. We're following the guidelines. We've been open for the year. We haven't had, very fortunately, we haven't had any in school spread of COVID. And we're going to continue to follow public health. We're going to continue to follow the guidelines that they want us to follow, and we're going to continue to do the checks that are necessary.
Thank you, Minister. Following public health protocol, we're required to take a 15-minute COVID break. So we'll return at 6:31, at which time the member will have 29 minutes left in his first hour. So 6:31, we're back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
want to tell you,
Subcommittee on Supply resumes. I'll turn the floor over to the honorable member for Dartmouth East with 29 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to return to my line of questioning on school infrastructure. This question relates to deferred maintenance. And I know our schools throughout Nova Scotia, some of them, they suffer from that deferred maintenance. And obviously, I certainly recognize that, making decisions regarding a budget sometimes comes at the cost of infrastructure. And that's really unfortunate because, I think we'd all acknowledge, our students, they respond to the environment that they're in. And ideally, we want to have at all times the best environment, physical environment for our students. My 4 years being education critic, I've had the opportunity to travel the province, visit many schools. Obviously this is pre-pandemic when this would occur. And you look at the state of some of our parking lots, to borrow a phrase from the MLA for Guysborough, it's like Scud missiles hit some of these parking lots. Like just watching some, parents drive into the parking lots, it's like a scene of a Mario Kart. Obviously, this is an issue, and it's an issue for some of our schools throughout the province. Parking lots, windows. These are two classic examples that I illustrate. So my question is this: how much does the department invest to ensure school infrastructure is maintained at an acceptable level?
The Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. Some high praise for the MLA from Guysborough, yeah, I'll tell him what he said. So we usually spend built into the budgets of our regional centers, so that they would determine some of their priorities when it comes to deferred maintenance and their operational budgets. As a department, and we spend on a normal year, we spend $6 million a year on various maintenance projects across the province. This year was different. We spent an additional 15 on top of the 6, so we're north of 20 this year. But in any given year, it's 6 million. That's on our end compared to what that doesn't include what the centers are spending themselves.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, Minister, what criteria has been used to determine how and where that 15 million has been spent or is going to be spent for deferred maintenance?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the chair, through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. So there is a long list that I'm actually kind of looking at now, and I'm happy to provide some more information to the member so he knows where the money is gone. But I'm looking at a couple of different columns when it comes to what we did with the regular 6 million, what we did with the extra money that we're spending. So it's really spread right across the province. So the centers come with their priorities. We build it into the plan based on what their needs and wants are. And that's how it's decided. So again, I have a list here. I'm looking at a number of projects. They're really spread right across Halifax, Annapolis, Cape Breton, Chignecto, or the Acadian, CSAP. So if you want some more information on those projects, I'm happy to provide them to you.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's correct to say that it is the Regional Centers for Education and CSAP that puts in the requests to the department as to what the priorities will be.
Minister.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So there, as I said, there is some money that they would spend on their own. They make, based on their own operational budgets when it comes to some maintenance, but they also would submit to the department some of the larger requests that they need when it comes to infrastructure, which of course we work with them to determine what we can do to support them. And as I said, there are a number of projects that have been approved through every center of education. To support their requests. So ultimately, they're making the priorities. They have some of their own money to do it, and also we have money to provide to support them.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And could the minister provide an update to us as to when all the issues with school water will be fixed? Could the minister provide some concrete timelines?
The honourable minister.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So I'll start off by answering the question with, we have safe water in all schools. We've made sure that whatever we needed to do to adjust, we did. So I want to reiterate that to everyone here, is that we have clean water in schools, and we continue to, and we will continue to have it. In regards to the infrastructure piece that the member is asking about, We're spending 2.7 million on the bottle filling stations that are going to go into the schools. So the actual installation of that will be done by September, really, for the next school year. There are some other steps that we need to take after we implement them, but particularly on the infrastructure side, 2.7 is what we're investing to ensure that these new stations are put into the schools that need them.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what's the timeline for the completion of the remediation of this infrastructure in our schools? What's the timeline?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the honourable members. So, as I've said, 2.7 million we're spending. The infrastructure on these stations will be in place in September. There's still, as part of the remediation process, like we still have some tests that we'll need to do after to determine if everything is meeting guidelines. So that has to happen after they're installed, of course. It's part of the remediation plan. We feel confident that it's going to address a lot of the issues that we had in some of the levels of testing. But 2.7 infrastructure will be in place. We'll test, but in the meantime, every school will continue to be supplied with safe drinking water, and there'll be safe drinking water in every school.
Member?
So along with the investments to remediate this, it is not unrealistic to have an attached timeline. And it's always better to let residents of our province, families know what that associated timeline is. So again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, what is the timeline? When can Nova Scotians expect the remediation of this?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the members. So the most important thing for parents and families in Nova Scotia is that there's safe drinking water in every school. So that will not change. That is something that we, of course, are going to continue to do. We have a plan in place for the stations that we need to implement. We're spending $2.7 million on it. And then from there, we'll do the tests. So most importantly, there's going to be safe drinking water in the schools, and I'm going to ensure that I'm not going to rush this thing. We're going to do it right, and we're going to make sure that if the station addresses it, great. If we need to do additional remediation, we'll look at that. But we have to trust the fact that these things are going in place, and that we need to follow the proper protocols to ensure that we do all of the remediation. The remediation plan just isn't installing these things. We have to go through a number of tests to ensure that quality is there and that the levels are met. But the most important message to parents and families that our schools are safe and that schools have safe drinking water.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Absolutely. We all know that they're safe. No one denies that. I certainly send my 4 kids every day with the confidence that the school that they access at, the water they access at school is safe. No doubt about that. Okay, so let me ask this then. Will all of the results be made public once these tests and remediation are complete?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So through the regional centers, people can access the results. They're public now. So they've been public for a while, and they will continue to be public as we do testing.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly I'm aware of that because I was an MLA along with other opposition MLAs in both parties that pushed to get that information. What I'm referring to is once this is all completed, will those final results, perhaps in a few months' time, will that be made public? Because obviously this is an ongoing process, this remediation. What I'm referring to is the final product, the final reports. Will that be made public months from now? Will you make that commitment to Nova Scotians?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member, we've already made that commitment to Nova Scotians. So the information is continuously updated. As we do our infrastructure that is necessary and we continue to test, we're going to continue to update the information. So again, the regional centers have been posting the stuff to ensure that Nova Scotians have full access to what's happening. We'll continue to do it to ensure that as we go through our quality assurance processes that we have in place for the infrastructure and the testing, that we'll do it. And we'll most importantly ensure that children and students and staff have safe drinking water in their schools, which they've always had.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So along the same theme of essentially, student health and safety, I want to switch gears a little bit, but it is along the lines of student health and safety. The Minister and the Department is probably aware that on March 8th, the Nova Scotia Health Authority, they issued a drug alert indicating that public health received reports from a community organization in Metro who witnessed 2 drug overdoses. And both individuals used what are known as sweet tarts or Xanax, which apparently is a multicolored like candy. Now these overdoses, I understand, were resistant to naloxone. Look, this is terrible, and I know it chills us all to the bones that people are dying from drugs, and some of these are disguised as children's candy, and heartbreaking doesn't even begin to describe what's happened and what is happening when it comes to opioids. And quite frankly, look, I mean, I've attended funerals of former students who have died from preventable overdoses. And we all know, I mean, these situations, these terrible situations are impacting our communities in Nova Scotia. They're impacting our communities throughout Canada. So I raise this because I'd like to know what resources have been allocated by the Department of Education to ensure our students are protected from these drugs, which are disguised as children's candy. What resources have been allocated? What programming has been put in place? If the Minister could give us an update on that.
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the member, the member's absolutely correct. It's heartbreaking, I've had those experiences too with family and friends at home, my heart goes out to, my thoughts and prayers go out to those families. So it is very difficult, to comprehend that and how dangerous it can be for students. Just to answer your question in regards to what we invest when it comes to supports, it's really a community foundation. So we're involved as a department. We have our partners in health that are involved with this, whether it's the IWK or other healthcare stakeholders. Our local law enforcement within our communities are involved in the conversation. We design specific curriculum up to grade 9 when it comes to talking to students about the dangers of drugs and the impact it can have on their lives and really the what the signs are to look for so they can support themselves and support their friends and families. So Schools Plus is a big part of that too as well. The money that we spend there, we invest 14 million in Schools Plus alone overall, and a chunk of that money goes towards initiatives like this. As well, as I've already mentioned, we have a health curriculum that this is part of to ensure that we bring our partners in and do our part to support information and education around the dangers that could be there for students.
A member with about 8 minutes left in your first hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Minister, I thank you for your response. It sounds like there's a lot of good work being done. Sounds like there's a lot of moving parts to address this issue via our education system. But I want to take this opportunity to make a suggestion to you and your colleagues in the department. In 2012, one of my students by the name of Olivia Gelada, she died of an overdose, and she was 15 years old. And obviously, I think for any family that goes through that type of trauma, you've got to turn that to the best of your ability. You've got to turn that trauma into something positive and productive. And her mom, Dale Gelada, who's a resident of Dartmouth East, she's been a tireless advocate for curriculum reform and to ensure students learn about the dangers of prescription drugs and opioids. And she's been advocating for at least 7 years, 8 years that the dangers of prescription drugs and opioids to become a prescribed curriculum outcome. I know our school system discusses the dangers of these things. I know these conversations are happening in our junior high schools and in our high schools, even early as grade 6. I know these conversations are happening, but often it happens on the initiative of our teachers. So my understanding, it's not a prescribed curriculum outcome. In the past, I've facilitated meetings with your predecessor, and I remember the member from Kings West was there as well. And he's a former educator, and a lot of respect for him. Great reputation. So Dale Gelada and others like Amy Graves, they've been advocates for a number of years to try to get this mandated, that our kids have that specific curriculum outcome. So my question is, will you commit to ensuring this topic is a prescribed curriculum outcome in our PSP, in our public school program?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the member. So to the member, I really appreciate you telling me the story of that parent. I'm actually going to invite her in to have a conversation with me. So she has the opportunity to, again, talk about some of the advocacy that she wants to do around it. The loss of a child that is, I can't imagine, it's devastating, and I just really want to give her the time. So I'll let you know, member, when that happens, and maybe you can come in with her as well. We can have a conversation with her. In regards to the making it, I guess your question was around the mandatory in the curriculum. So it's in the curriculum now. It's in the health curriculum. We're looking at high school. So we're looking at expanding it into high school right now. So we're looking at those opportunities. But I guess to answer your question, it's there now. It's going to be there. So it's important, and we continue to evolve around it, working with our key stakeholders, because, as you know, and as we all know, these things and the issues and the dangers that affect our students can change drastically, and they can change very quickly. So we want to make sure that we're as agile as possible to ensure that curriculum is designed not only with a broad approach to ensuring that students have all the information and support necessary, but also that we can change with a changing environment. So I answer your question again. It's in the curriculum now. It's there. It's really mandatory as part of what we do. A big part of it is we're looking at what else we can do at the high school level.
Member with 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Minister, thank you for that response. Most certainly, Ms. Gelada and her partner would welcome that opportunity to meet with you to have this discussion. There is a difference between a specific curriculum outcome and a general curriculum outcome. And I see an opportunity here. I have your mandate letter in front of me. And the second point is to establish a framework for physical activity and healthy literacy for every student. Most certainly, I think this could be embedded as a general curriculum outcome to be taught throughout our high school courses where appropriate. The end goal being, of course, preventative. And absolutely, I know it's being taught in our junior high schools. Ms. Gelada wants to see this further embedded within our education system, and certainly I want to thank you for your kindness in offering that conversation, and I look forward to helping facilitate that, to help set that up, because it is a very important conversation. As a function of time, and I just say this anecdotally I don't have data, but anecdotally, my observations, this seems to be a situation in Nova Scotia and throughout Canada that is getting more and more problematic, more and more challenging to the health and well-beings of our communities. So certainly, please continue to engage in that conversation with your colleagues in the department. And I want to thank you, Minister, for being so receptive to working on this. And with my resident here in Dartmouth East. How much time do I have left, Mr. Chair?
40 seconds.
40 seconds. Okay. So you get to spend some time with my colleague from Dartmouth South. When we return, we'll continue discussing, Minister, issues related to student health and wellness. And I look forward to continuing our discussion and an opportunity to ask questions on a very, very important topic impacting Nova Scotians.
Thank you. Listen, thank you to the member and to the chair. The Toronto Maple Leafs can let multiple goals in 40 seconds. So anyway, I'll pass it over.
Order, please. The time for the PC caucus has expired. Now I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South. You have 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you guys hear me? I just put these headphones on. Okay, great. Thank you for your opening comments, Minister, and I listened for the last hour with interest. I guess I'll just start with some questions right out of the budget. So On page 6.11, we see a massive reduction in lease costs. I'm assuming that that is related to the final purchase of the P3 schools, but can you clarify that, Minister?
The Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
You are correct in that. So that's what that represents.
Thank you. And can you let me know the total amount of the lease costs for those schools over their lifetime?
Minister.
Through you, Chair, just for clarification, over the entire lifespan. So when do you, so back as early as possible? You can go? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just one second. Through you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. We're gonna have to get you that information. We don't have it here in front of us, but we'll do our very best to get it to you as quickly as possible.
Member.
Hey, thank you. I know that the minister there has the ADM and a financial whiz, and probably spitballing isn't really on the agenda, but my follow-up to that question is, how do those costs roughly compare with the cost of schools in the current capital plan? So, we are sort of comparing apples to apples. It's the kind of lifetime cost of a school, and how do the lifetime costs of those P3 schools generally relate to the ones currently being planned?
Minister.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So so essentially, when we looked at all of the schools, so regardless of when we bought it, so there was 39 P3s that we purchased in total for a total of $227 million when we bought them out at the end of their leases. There's a number of things you look at in the assessment of it. So you would look at community need. You would look at the size of the school based on the enrollment projections in the area, and that's really what determines and the quality of the building, because these buildings are in really good shape. When we made the decision to buy them, that was a big piece of it as well. So, $227 million for 39. If you were to try to build 39 schools today, I would argue that it would be significantly more. I'm not a designer and engineer, but I know that with cost of construction now and what we're doing with our own capital plan, to build those 39 schools will be much more than actually what we ended up paying for at the end of the lease. So hopefully that answers part of your question, but I will follow up with some additional information for you.
The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And I look forward to seeing those numbers. I'm going to transition into a subject that I'm sure the minister is like maybe getting tired of me talking about, but for every dollar invested in childcare, there's a $2.23 increase in the GDP. Per dollar, the childcare sector creates more jobs than any other industry. Expansion in learning and early learning and care sector in Nova Scotia can in fact provide more short-term economic stimulus than investing in most other major sectors of the economy, which we have done. So since the last budget, when we received all our budget documents, they were all beautiful and designed, and then we got a 2-page photocopy that outlined the $1 billion in spending for which there had been no oversight and that wasn't previously planned. And none of that was new provincial dollars for childcare. And so I wonder whether, I know that the minister is talking to his federal counterparts. I have more questions on this later, but I really want to understand why there is no new money in this budget, notwithstanding, hopes and prayers for federal intervention. I also hope and pray for federal intervention, but I know better than to put all my eggs in that basket. So why no new money in this budget for licensed childcare, given that economic argument, given that we are in recovery, given that we're giving money to construction and roads and business in various forms, not to argue the merits of any of that, but just to say, why is this missing?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the members. So I'm gonna, I won't go into the big long spiel about everything because we have made significant investments when it comes to childcare. I know you don't deny them. Of course not. There are things that we needed to do to get wages up and support communities that had limited access and we're 75 million in this budget, so it does represent a significant chunk of what we're doing. I think it's important to note too that we're not done our negotiations with the feds yet when it comes to the early learning childhood agreement that we have with them. So stay tuned on that. We don't know what the final outcome of that is going to be, but I will reiterate that as part of those conversations, I had the conversation with my counterpart. Hopefully going to have it again soon, where we're ready to go. So we have been pushing hard on a universal system to support the rest of our children in that age bracket. And, we're prepared to come in as a willing partner, whatever that looks like. So we know and we appreciate that that's the next step. I think everybody agrees with that. Pre-primary has taken 25 or 75% of kids that potentially never had the ability to access early childhood learning before school. But we got to look at the rest of our age bracket now. So we got to determine what that looks like. I really want to thank our ECEs because they, I said this during our late debate, they're amazing ambassadors for our province. They look after our kids. They have opened and are back to work after the pandemic. The majority of our centers are open. They really just based it on a foundation of love and compassion for our children. So all of them, thank you so much. We're going to continue to make investments, but particularly this is something that you're very passionate about. And I really appreciate the conversations that we've been having. It's something that I'm seeing is going to be one of probably the big issues that I'm going to try to tackle as the minister of the department now. But it's important to me. The feds are well aware as we continue to negotiate that we're ready. We're ready to look at what a universal system looks like.
Member?
So I'll definitely come back around to that, but I just want to stay for a minute on the theme of recovery. And the minister is right. I don't deny the investments that have been made, but I am specifically asking here about recovery funds. And to that end, the federal government's been pretty transparent with their kind of federal recovery spending. And as the minister is well aware, that includes the Safe Return to Class Fund. So that fund was announced on August 26th. NDP Caucus filed an FOI on August 27th. And based on what we discovered, on August 27th, based on this FOI, the executive director of the African Canadian Services Branch put forward a proposal to use some of the federal funding to support remote learning specifically for Black students, including training and support for families to assist their children in blended or virtual learning scenarios. On September 9th, the executive director for ESIA wrote to request funds be used to provide one-time funding for internet access for low-income families with school-aged children. I think all of us probably in our constituency offices have lots more examples of requests that were made to the department in the kind of wake of the announcement of that fund and as we moved into the pandemic. And so my question is, in the name of sort of transparency, how did the department determine what the priorities for investment were? Is there an impact analysis? Is there kind of evidence? Is there a framework that can help us to understand why those funds were used the way that they were?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the members. So In regards to where the resources went and how we made the determination of where money was spent, a lot of it was based on the feedback that we received from Nova Scotians, from families, as I've said before. As members know, we received over 28,000 surveys from parents and other stakeholders within the system to determine what we needed to do to support remote learning as a result of the pandemic. That's 32,000 tablets, computer devices that were purchased. They were delivered into communities that requested them. One of the key stakeholders was our African Nova Scotian community that needs additional support, so that was part of it. As well, we upgraded Wi-Fi services in our schools and other internet infrastructure to ensure that if we did whatever we could so people would have internet access. Really, that's really what we use a big chunk of the federal money for, and some of the other resources that we had, we dealt with internally within the existing department budget.
Member?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we have seen those lists, but I appreciate that there was a survey, but in my question, I sort of mentioned two specific internal government asks. And so I'm like, did you guys I know that the minister wasn't there at the time, but did department staff just sit around a table and say, all right, this is in, this is out? Was there a framework? Was there any kind of formal way of evaluating the millions of different things that money could be spent on? Or was it just in a kind of on an emergency rolling need basis?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So on the specific topics that you're talking about, they were consistent with really what we were hearing from the surveys that were received. We also had every school do reflections. So that was teachers and staff all provided feedback from every school on what we needed to accomplish to support, or what ideas or where we should invest to support our students as we dealt with the closure, and then again with the reopening in fall. So again, that goes to the technology investments that we made when it comes to ensuring that students had access to the technology that they needed, dealing with particular stakeholders within communities across the province, ensuring that we had the strongest Wi-Fi infrastructure on our school sites. And looking at what would come when schools reopen. So that your specific requests are really consistent with what we're hearing from teachers, administrators, and from families and students.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We know that fund was used in part to provide some support for school food programs, math and literacy programs, some PPE, and the purchase of some Chromebooks. $5.5 million of the funds were also used to support community access to school gyms. But from an infrastructure perspective, can the minister point to what the department did to ensure that the schools themselves were safe for students, teachers, and staff? I mean, I know there was this ventilation check. I think the minister's predecessor invented the term passive ventilation, which I will say my children have in their school, which means windows, I think. But you know, I know that there were lots of calls for specific work to be done in the school buildings themselves. And I'm wondering if the minister can point to any of that work.
The Honorable Minister.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the members. So there's a number of there's a bit of a list of what we would have invested in the schools to ensure that we're doing whatever we can to protect our staff and our students, but also, in following health protocols. So when it comes to the ventilation piece, we've been doing it. We were doing checks anyway, but we're doing additional checks now to ensure that if there's any upgrades that we need to make in particular schools that we are. So that's all based on the foundation of following the public health protocols and guidelines with Dr. Strang. So there's that piece of it. Of course, PPE was a big part of the investment that we made to ensure that we were providing the adequate PPE on site for our staff and for students and other support personnel. The other piece of it too as well is the classroom configuration. So in a lot of cases, we had to adjust our classroom configuration to ensure that we were meeting all of the proper distancing that we needed for the classrooms. And as well, of course, some of the stuff we were doing already when we were providing drinking water where we need it, and other supports to the students. So that's some of the things that we were doing within the school to ensure that we were following health protocols. And of course, they've been engaged really from the beginning. So we take our lead from public health. That's why I believe we've been so successful, is that we've really been in lockstep with them when it comes to ensuring that they have a strong level of comfort when it comes to classroom safety, because we all want the kids to be in school. That's the most important place for them. And the access to gyms and stuff came a little bit later. We're always watching that, because first and foremost for us, it's about kids being in class and learning in that learning environment. And we've had some restrictions on some extracurricular activities when it comes to schools, and that's important because we need to keep our kids in school. So hopefully that answers some of the information we're looking for.
The Honorable Member.
Thank you. I know we're going to go to break pretty soon, and I do have some more recovery related questions, but you mentioned the drinking stations, and I I watched with some confusion the exchange between you and the member for Dartmouth East. So I just want to clarify on this point that my understanding is that the touchless water stations that are going in all the schools are in lieu of active remediation for pipes. Is that accurate?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So the first step is the water stations. And we believe that that will address a lot of our concerns, but that's only the first step. So we would implement those first. We go through another series of testing to ensure if other remediation is needed, that we also have to deal with that too as well. So to answer your question, the water stations is really the first step. We're putting those right across the system. And then we'll go back into some quality testing to ensure that the issue is addressed. And if we still need to do further remediation, we will.
Member?
So I don't want to waste a bunch of time on this, but again, just to clarify, so remediation is needed, presumably would be for drinking water. So if you go back, if you have a touchless water station in the school and you go back in, are you going to be testing like the school bathroom taps? And if you find elevated lead, you're actually going to remediate those pipes in older schools? Because my understanding was that you would not do that because drinking water would be taken care of.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So I will say this: the primary focus is drinking water. So right now we are installing touchless water stations across the system, as I've said. We do our retests to ensure that whether or not we need to do further remediation. So the focus will be on drinking water. What we do know is that in a lot of the schools, it's actually encouraged not to use bathroom taps as your source for drinking water, but the focus right now is installing these water stations, getting additional tests done to determine if we're okay or we need to do additional remediation to ensure that those systems are safe for drinking.
Okay.
The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So we know that 94% of the funds being spent on direct COVID relief here in Nova Scotia are federal dollars. But we also know that as of December of 2020, there were $6.6 million left unspent in the Safe Return to Class Fund that had been allocated to Nova Scotia. Has the department spent those funds? Do they plan to? And if so, how?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So we will eventually spend the full amount. What you're seeing there really represents the difference between the end of our fiscal and the end of the school year. So we have that additional money that will be spent to support COVID-related work within our schools. That's necessary and will be spent by the end of the school year.
Okay, I think we've reached the time for our 15-minute COVID break, so we will resume again at 7:45.
Your first intermission, Keith.
Yeah, doesn't start till 8:30 tonight. The Subcommittee on Supply will resume. I recognize the honorable member from Dartmouth South. You have until 8:15 for your first hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope everyone got something to eat, maybe took a walk, or did some arm exercises. But I want to come back to what we were talking about before the break, which was this $6.6 million left in that fund, which I think the minister said would be spent between now and the end of June. Now, I understand that we've learned in the last year that anything could happen between now and the end of June, but certainly we hope for the best. And so can the minister give me some idea of what that looks like?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So it's not new initiatives really. So that money's going to carry us through on a lot of the initiatives I talked about. So that's the PPE in schools. That's the deep cleaning when it comes to our schools and our buses. That would include devices where necessary that we needed to support any kind of learning initiatives or mobile learning in the event that we needed to support it. So there's nothing new with that money. That's going to carry us to the end of the year.
The honorable member.
So just to be clear, so there's the anticipation that we'll be purchasing more devices between now and the end of the year, because I think that's what the bulk of our money has been spent on. And we will need more PPE before the end of the year, because I know those masks have already been allocated to students and staff. Will we be allocating more of those?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through to the members. So we would still need to purchase some of the stuff that you mentioned. So PPE, hand sanitizer, et cetera, were necessary. The cleaning of our schools and our buses is also a big chunk of that cost. Some of the resources we do provide around online learning, so not technically the devices themselves, but the curriculum and the other supports that we need for online learning when it comes to math or some of the other subjects. So there is a list that will cover off the rest of that money for the year. So again, it's a case of we have 6.6 left. Just our fiscal doesn't line up at the end of the year. So that overall number, including that 6.6, is what we projected that we were going to need to support school systems throughout the year.
The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the minister for that answer. If there was a way to provide that list, I would be very interested to see it. The government business plan says there are plans to conduct a recovery review in 2021 to ensure that existing programs are affordable and improve the well-being of Nova Scotians. And that makes a lot of sense. When you say that existing programs need to be affordable, against the backdrop of the fact that the government is sort of saying we're spending now, but we're going to get back to balance in 2 or 3 years. When we look at the math for that that looks like actually a reduction in departmental budgets, not necessarily this year, but going forward. So when you're talking about affordability, where is the department, where is the minister looking at finding those savings? Is that workforce? Is that programs? Like, where does that affordability metric come in?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So what I can say is that I'm not in the process of looking at any kind of savings into the future. As a government, we've made significant investments because they were necessary to support our teachers, to support our students, to support some of the changes in curriculum that we have. So I'm not looking at that at all. So I continue to advocate on programs and the supports that I feel that we need in the school system. Based on my conversations, I've had some great conversations with educators across the province and with the union president, the teachers union president, about what does the classroom look like post-COVID? What have we learned from this experience? One of the ones that I found very interesting is outdoor learning and what that's going to look like in the future. So really, to answer your question, we're not engaged in any conversation that would look at a reduction in resources for our students. If anything, it's the complete opposite. We will adjust as necessary to the pandemic to ensure that the supports are there for our kids and our educators and everybody in the system, for that matter. They've really been our heroes of the system from day one. They're the main reason why our kids are in school where they belong, and we all can't thank them enough for their dedication. But really, my focus is more on what supports we need. What have we learned really post-COVID that we can help support our kids and support our educators with? And it's been very positive with the conversations that I've had so far.
A member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess, I'm glad to hear that, but I think somebody in the department is looking at it, because the 4-year fiscal plan that we saw shows a decrease in departmental expenses after this year from a total of about 11.5 billion to 11.3 billion. We know that your budget, Minister, makes up about 13% of all departmental expenses. So back of the napkin math, the department's share of cuts would be $27 million. Where will those cuts come from? Where will the cost reductions come from?
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through to the member. So again, I'll reiterate that I am in no way, shape, or form as the minister of this department currently advocating or discussing how we're going to cut supports from our schools, from our kids, from our educators, and from our early childhood sector. As a government, we have invested significantly over the last number of years. We've had a plan to invest to ensure that we supported stronger inclusive education supports. We're doing that again this year with an additional 15 million. We continued to hire new teachers into the system over the last number of years. Again, this year we're hiring an additional 250 support staff as part of our inclusive education budget increase. So that's where my focus is, and that's where it's going to continue to be. Our conversations that we're having with stakeholders is what is your feedback? First and foremost, thank you to everyone for helping us keep our schools open during the world pandemic. And what have we learned from COVID? And what else do we want to implement to support classroom learning and support our education?
Member?
Thank the minister for that answer. I am glad to hear that. So I will shift out of affordability, although hoping that doesn't come back to haunt us down the road. Not that things shouldn't be affordable, but we do get concerned when we look at that forecast. So I look forward to hearing how that balance will be achieved, not in the education system, but maybe in some other places. So the other pillar was well-being. And so my, I guess, companion question there is, how is the department measuring well-being and the impact of this budget on the well-being of students and the system?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. So just a couple things to that important question. That's really a big part of, outside of numeracy and literacy, well-being is also a huge aspect for us, for students. It was a big focus when we went back to school in the fall. We had staff. That was kind of one of the key priorities that we had for them, making sure they had some additional time within the day to ensure that if students needed additional support, that they would get it. So that's been throughout the year. That will continue. We do have a student survey that we do. It's going out at the end of the month. We did the last one we did was in 2019. Of course, the pandemic played a part in that, getting that out last year. But I'm very interested to see what the results are going to be, because I would suspect that if you're trying to compare it to a survey from 2019 to a year where there's a world pandemic and it's had some very significant varying impacts on people's really, they're in school is important. The experience has been positive for the most part. People are going to have some concerns. It's my idea. So I'm very curious to see what those results are. We'll take those results and we'll build that into what our conversation is around post-COVID in the school system. So that survey is going on at the end of the month. I'm looking forward to the feedback. And really one of the key elements that came out of the student well-being, and I said it earlier, was what the classroom looks like, more space outside. Just some examples, some aspects that we're going to try to implement to support student well-being.
The Honorable Member.
So it sounds like from the minister's answer that this kind of notion of well-being is going to be based on a subjective survey filled out by students themselves. I mean, we know that there are metrics for this. So there are countries that have, well-being budgets that they sort of measure against a certain criteria. Here in Atlantic Canada, we have at least 2 or 3 organizations that also are working on systemic ways of measuring well-being. Genuine Progress Index, Engage Nova Scotia. Will the department be engaging any of those kind of more robust measures as they determine how to spend this budget and future budgets, or is it based on student surveys? And if it is just based on student surveys, how are those questions being, arrived at, and who's evaluating them and who's writing them?
Minister?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To follow up on member's question or previous question. So there is a company that actually does the survey. So it's Narrative Research that's doing it. So they would craft the survey and the questions based on the feedback they're getting from students. But I don't want to leave the impression that that's the only thing that we're using is the student survey. That's one aspect of it. As I said earlier, we do receive feedback from every school when it comes to student well-being as well. So we're receiving feedback from our healthcare stakeholders, whether it's the IWPA or others, as well. And we continue to make investments ourselves in student well-being, whether it's to support any initiatives in the classroom, to support additional food for students in school that may have been well, we all know the challenges that have come with the pandemic. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're just dealing with student survey. So this is actually being conducted. We have a company that's hired to do narrative research. They're very familiar with people all over Atlantic Canada, but teachers are involved, our larger communities involved, and our healthcare providers are involved as well.
The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So that's helpful, but I'm sort of taking away that there's not a single, again, framework or metric, but hopefully I'll hear a different story when I ask about it again, inevitably before too long. I want to switch over to school capital. When the government eliminated school boards, they also eliminated public input into the school site selection process, along with an entire democratic order of governance. Siting of schools used to be guided by board level site selection, a committee that included SAC members, school board members, an African Nova Scotian representative, Mi'kmaq representative, members of municipal council. this is an issue near and dear to my heart, and the members will have heard me speak about this for years now. The Revised Education Act and Regulations that came into effect on April 1st, 2018, 3 years ago, seems just like yesterday, eliminated any requirement for community involvement and consultation. So I asked the former minister about this time and time again, and was told, no, we're still engaging, we're still consulting, but we never got any evidence of that or understanding of how that would work, or independent verification of that from communities. A case in point is the Eastern Shore District High School. We were told in budget estimates a year ago that a written report on the evaluation of the existing school site was expected that month. So that was April 2020. We never got that. Is the minister able to table the report that came out from that site selection?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So as part of the community conversation that's happening currently about school in Eastern Shore, which I'm happy to report, we've received over 700 responses from the community at large about what they want to see in a future school in their community. So there is the technical assessments that are done by TI are actually online right now, so people can view them at. And I'm happy to get I can text you or whatever the website that you can go to so you can see it. But that was part of the community conversation. So again, I am happy to say that there's been great engagement. To have we've had from the day we launched and we had the first air, so we had a few hundred, and now we're over 700 responses. So the community is really engaged in the conversation, and it's important because that's what I wanted in the first place when I made the decision to go back out. And it's important because the community deserves to go to school. So the kids deserve to go to school, and again, that's another community that has a growing population, and I hope that people continue to provide feedback.
The Honorable Member.
Thanks. So to my understanding, there's never been a question about the community needing a new school. That's off the table. And I'm glad that there's been so much feedback. But just to take us back, the former minister told us that the changes to the consultation process, which from where I sit is the elimination of the consultation process up till this particular conversation, was going to be faster and more efficient. So in this situation, the site was selected in February, an application for judicial review was filed, and after that, the government announced that the decision would be set aside and a consultation process would be engaged. So it's great we've gotten all this community feedback in the wake of legal action taken by community and parents, but that's still not a consultation system, and it's definitely not faster, and it's definitely not less expensive. And it definitely creates more hardship to the community, which I would suggest all could have been avoided if there was actually an open and clear consultation process to begin with, ideally under the purview of a school board, but given that those are gone now, in some other capacity. So I guess my, can the minister say how long this consultation process will take? Like, when will it wrap up and when will a final decision be made, and how will it run? I mean, I know you say you're getting a lot of surveys, the minister says, but like, is there a process, in fact, for receiving those, assimilating them, engaging people?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through the members. Sorry for the delay. Essentially, TIR is the ultimate kind of responsibility when it comes to school site selection. So this is part of the new process. They do a technical review of the land where a school sits, essentially determining if the size is adequate for the school to be replaced on that site. Or we have to move off to another site. So all of that information is provided publicly. So they have to provide it publicly as part of the new process. And then that's where the community comes in and provides discussion around the feedback that they're receiving from TIR. So hopefully that answers your question that you're looking for. That is the process that we go by. So there is still community.
Member, you have 10 seconds.
It doesn't answer my question, but I look forward to asking you again in an hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The time for the NDP caucus for this hour has expired. I'll now recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello again, Minister and staff. Just following up on the questions related to the school selection process from my colleague from Dartmouth South. If I recall, I think it was in the summer of 2019, the government announced that new site selection process. And, if I recall, that process said they would look at the existing location before seeking a new site. They would conduct a technical site review, and they'd consult with the school community. My understanding, Mr. Chair, is that there's been some FOIPOP requests to get that technical report, but apparently nobody can get their hands on this. So my question is this: will the government release that technical report for the new school on the Eastern Shore?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. It's already released, so you can find it. I have the website here in front of me if you want to take it down, or to the member, I can happily send him a note to make sure that he gets the website so he can review it.
Member?
I appreciate that, Minister, and certainly, to get information on this issue has been very, very challenging. And the fundamental question, everyone's trying to get at here is essentially, why did the government fail to follow their own process when it came to the school on Eastern Shore?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, we actually had an ad in the Chronicle Herald last week that actually provides the website where people can go view the technical reports from TIR. So it's been full disclosure for me as minister. So again, we had an ad for everybody to see in the Chronicle Herald that provided the link to the website where people can view the reports.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly appreciate that. This is information the public wants to know, and a lot of those questions have been asked for months and months and months. And the fact is, the questions that are going around from members of that community is essentially, why was the public not initially consulted in this location process, but only on the consolidation? There's a lot of questions, and certainly, Mr. Chair, what I'm hearing is, a lot of people want to know if the court challenge, did that change, that influence the decision to set all of this aside?
Minister.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So I'm very cognizant of what's before the courts right now. So what I'm going to say is this: is that I'm excited for that community. I'm glad I went out for more feedback. We have well over 700 responses from people in the community that they're talking about the future for their children, which is fantastic. We couldn't ask for better discussion to be taking place. I've provided all of the technical reports that were done in the past. People can view those easily. We've advertised everywhere we can to ensure that people have the information. For me, it's about getting that information back. The deadline for, as to answer the member, your colleague from the NDP as well. So the deadline is April 23rd for feedback, and then I go through that process of going through the information with staff and determining what the next steps are going to be. But ultimately, this is a long time coming for this community. I'm excited for them. I look forward to getting to the conclusion of the process so that we can make decisions and so the community can move forward. This has been a long time coming for them. And they deserve it. Their kids deserve it. And I look forward to the conversation.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly we all appreciate that, Minister. We all want to see our students throughout Nova Scotia have access to the best possible facilities. And certainly, I know we're all cognizant of, how long this goes back on the Eastern Shore, this desire to get a new school. Obviously, folks just want to know is the Eastern Shore school location, is that scrapped, or is this simply paused to allow community feedback? And, will you simply listen to this feedback? Will they be making that final decision based on that feedback? There's a lot of questions still that are circulating, and I think it's really incumbent on the government to provide that clarity. And I think we all wait, for the results of that feedback. Obviously, when we see situations like this where following the process has been very choppy, very problematic, it spills over into other communities as well. And, I'm hearing that there's been a lack of community consultation for the new school in Clayton Park West. And so my question is this: what steps is the department taking to ensure there's community consultation, making sure that process is followed for that new school?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So I want to be clear on this, because the member kind of went down this what I perceive as the slope where he was trying to determine whether this was a site conversation. It seems like he's picking a site. I'm not picking a site at this point. I'm taking feedback from the community to determine where the best site for that school will be. So we look forward to getting that feedback from the good folks of that community, so we can make some decisions. As I said, there is a process in place where TIR, and the member mentioned it as well. So TIR will look at a current site and determine if a new build will fit in that site as part of their technical review, and they look at additional sites if it doesn't. That's to look at, that's taking into account all the costs and everything that would be associated if you have to move from one site to another. That's all information that they are required to make public to the community, so the community can provide feedback. In regards to Eastern Shore, the questions have been asked to the community to determine what they see as the future of the community. There's, as I've said, we'll make decisions based on the feedback that we get, and that the technical information that TIR went through with their assessment is readily available to anybody who wants to view it.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly the whole process in the last, at least year and a half has been very, very choppy and problematic. Certainly as an MLA, as an education critic, I've certainly heard a lot of concerns. So I certainly encourage the department to be a lot better with the communication moving forward for this school, which we all recognize is needed and required. But the process, certainly, it's been a choppy process. Mr. Chair, I'd like to return to the topic of student wellness. Today, April 7th, April 7th, 2013 is a day that is going to haunt me forever. 8 years ago, we lost Rehtaeh Parsons, and I woke up this morning, I had a real uneasy feeling, and then I realized what day it was, and I was really kind of contemplating whether or not I should be asking these questions, but I feel like I have to, through you, Mr. Chair, Minister. I really feel like I need to ask some questions regarding, the approach we're taking, the investments we're making to prevent cyberbullying, bullying, and and violence and harassment at our schools. And when I say this is going to haunt me forever, I mean, I was the acting vice principal at PA at Prince Andrew. Retayer was one of our students. She had been transferred from Cole Harbour High School. And I mean, obviously, look, I mean, this stuff is real. I mean, she'll live on in our hearts forever. And it's on all of us to make sure that we have the best proactive preventative policies in place to prevent cyberbullying and bullying at school. And I certainly acknowledge, Mr. Chair, I mean, the government passed a bill in the fall of 2017 to deal with cyberbullying. But I think we need to have a discussion on where we are and where we should be going with violence in our schools. And just recently, I mean, on March 6th, we had an incident a high-profile incident at one of our high schools in Metro, and certainly, this is an issue that we need to really acknowledge and discuss. So, my question. So, one of the things that emerged after Rehtaeh Parsons and the things that we put in place was safe and inclusive schools, the position of safe and inclusive schools. And so, could the minister tell us, how much money is allocated for that position of safe and inclusive schools, and then what role does that play in mitigating incidents of violence and bullying in our schools?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for the delay, member. Just trying to pull some information together, just because there's a number of positions that would be engaged in the conversation. I agree with the member that this is so important to our system and to our kids. And it's one that always is evolving. You know, I remember a time when I was involved back many years ago now, it seems like, but before my time as an MLA, I was involved with the Canadian Association of Police Governance, where we were actually talking about cyberbullying in Ottawa at the time, and that was probably you know, we were advocating on Hill at the time, and that was it was a while back now, but even to see the evolution from then to now, and trying to keep up with you know, everything that our kids are exposed to, that put them at risk, is something that we need to continue to invest in, and we need to continue to adjust to the changing environment. So to answer this question, there are a number of positions that touch really the supports that we provide for students when it comes to cyberbullying or you know, violent acts or acts of aggression at school. So we have well over 200 positions across the province when it comes to our guidance counselors that play a role in supporting any student that may be experiencing bullying, or whether it's in person or virtually. So we have a number of school nurses within the system that play that role. We have police liaison officers that help to play that role with our students, to be there for them as supports. As well, we have school psychologists and social workers on site, and we have a dedicated person in the department here too as well that we coordinate with, that coordinate with schools across the system and regional centers to ensure that we're dealing with issues that may come up and arise, but also, you know, the overall education and support for students to ensure that they fully understand the dangers of cyberbullying and ensuring we're doing everything we can to support them with the support them.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that response to a certain point. I mean, absolutely, our guidance counselors, our school nurses, our school psychologists, that creates a layer of support, a layer of preventative measures to monitor these things. Certainly in this area that I represent, I mean, I know that some of the police liaison officers are not always attached to the schools, which is very unfortunate. I say that because I think there needs to be more of a plan to address this. It is an ongoing issue in our schools in Nova Scotia, quite frankly, in our schools throughout North America. But allow me to go back to my original question. The question is specific to an office that was created to prevent and monitor bullying in our schools. So how much money is allocated for the Office of Safe and Inclusive Schools?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member, so specific to that office, and this is just really one person that's leading the charge in this office, $300,000 that we have in that one office specific to initiatives around safe schools. But again, I want to reiterate that we've invested $60 million in the last 4 years, which includes a big chunk of what our government has been trying to do to support schools, to support students around mental health and cyberbullying and initiatives around the safe environment in our schools. I mentioned a number of the hires. Like we're hiring another 250 people into the system this year alone. A chunk of those will go towards supports for students. Our liaison officers play a big part in coming in to our classrooms to talk to our students about bullying and the dangers of online, what online can be for risks for our youth. So we're investing millions as a government to support it, and as I've said, we've invested significantly in the last 4 years to do it.
Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly those investments are appreciated. However, we need to be aware of where those investments are going. And I'm very curious about this office, as I've highlighted, sort of my personal interest in this, not only as an educator but also as a parent with 4 children in elementary and junior high school, and I'm hearing stories as the minister will hear as well, and it's on us to make sure that those preventative measures in place. And I'd like to know, Mr. Chair, what role this office plays. What specific role does this office play in mitigating incidents of violence and bullying and cyberbullying in our schools? Because it was set up following one of the worst, absolute worst incidents in Canadian history as it relates to cyberbullying.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So the office falls under Student Services, the Department of Student Services and Equity within the Department of Education. So that office has a budget that really works with our Schools Plus program and a lot of the stakeholders that I've talked about across the system. They work collaboratively with Department of Health, with our stakeholders at the IWK. They work with Department of Justice when it comes around policy. So it's not one specific task that office is responsible for. They're working with hundreds and hundreds of our support staff across the province.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's response. Are there any plans to expand the role of this position or office within that larger context? Those larger supports that you've outlined.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member, appreciate his question. So really our investments have been on the ground in schools. So this office will continue to be here to support and liaise with the many stakeholders in the community. But if the question is around what expansion of programs and supports we're going to have. We're investing another $15 million this year in inclusive education. The total $60 million. Another 250 plus positions in the system to support student success and student well-being in our schools. So this office will still continue to play an important role with under the umbrella of student services and equity, but our investments are going on the ground. So they're going in schools, in communities, and this year is another huge commitment by our government based on the feedback that we're receiving from stakeholders. So these aren't decisions that we're making on our own here. These are this office under student services and equity is liaising with these stakeholders that are really helping government determine where the investments should be. That's why you're
Mr. Bain, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you guys.
No, it's
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So through you again to the member. So just to finish off his question, that office will continue to play an important role, especially when it comes to liaising with the departments within government. So I'll leave it at that for now, and the member can follow up on that question. Thanks.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your response. What entity within the department, what office tracks the incidents of bullying and cyberbullying and acts of violence and harassment? Who maintains that data?
Minister.
So student services, thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So student services and equity actually track that information.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what's the data on incidents last year of bullying?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. So there is some data I have here. I might have to get some additional data for you, members. So but what I can say at this point right now, and we're basing 2019, 2020, and 2020, 2021. And we're basing the same months because it is we experienced COVID towards the end of the year, 1920. So we've seen a 17% decrease in physical violence in that time span. When it comes to regards to bullying, again, 2019, 2020 compared to 2020, 2021, using the same methodology around the fact that we experienced COVID and the school shut down early, we saw a 14% decrease in bullying events.
Member.
Okay, I appreciate that response. How many incidents of bullying occurred in 2019, 2020? How many incidents?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. So that's the number I'm going to have to get for you. I don't have that in front of me, but I can we can see what we can pull together for you. So.
Okay. But once again, folks, it's time for our final COVID break for the evening. So we'll resume again at 9 o'clock and we'll finish off the last hour at that point. Mr.
Toronto's got
Hoffman,
to go for 2 or 3 now, Chair.
30 minutes will go to the member from Dartmouth South.
Are you ignoring me now?
Please. The Committee on Supply resumes. Recognize the member for Dartmouth East for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, Minister, the fun continues. The Minister may recall, Mr. Chair, that this week I asked a question in QP regarding EIBI, the Early Intensive Behavioral Intervention Program. Certainly, we all recognize, this is a program administered by the Department of Health and Wellness. As the Minister is aware, last summer EIBI it was cut short due to the first wave of the pandemic. And over the past few months, I'm sure the Minister is aware that parents, they've been vocal. They've gone to the media, they've gone to MLAs, they've raised their concerns about their children not being able to complete EIBI. And there's a real concern that they're missing out on essential programming. And, obviously we want to make sure that they are set up to find a success when they enter primary. So does the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, do they know how many children were impacted by this change to EIBI?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the honourable member. I don't have the statistics on in front of me now when it comes to his question. Department of Health would be they would have those numbers. We can try to reach out to them as well. But I want to reiterate. Well, first I'll say actually this is an important conversation for me too as well. As I get the same question at home as well, talking to parents and ensuring that that they're getting the supports that they need as their children enter the school system. So that's why we've invested again 15 million again this year in inclusive education for a total of 60 million. We've hired additional autism specialists in our school system to support our students, and we're going to continue to make those investments. So to answer, I wish I had the numbers in front of me, sir. I don't, but we can try to get the numbers for you.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly through you, Minister, I encourage definitely get those numbers. There's an old adage in the art of education, fail to plan, plan to fail. And the last thing that we want to do is fail to provide the necessary supports and programming, especially when the MLA for Kings West, the former health minister, indicated in a CBC article that, quote, programming is still meeting the needs of families in extreme circumstances, and its department says the time limit was the only way to ensure all children born in 2015 have some therapy, end quote. And that's from a CBC News article, which I can most certainly table, Mr. Chair. Obviously, a statement like that, you can certainly see for many families, it's not very reassuring. And if you read on in the article, the former Minister of Health indicated, quote, The education system is preparing to help the children adjust to school, end quote. So my question is this, what preparations are being made to ensure that those supports will be in place? What preparations are being put in place? And I mean, you have a minister of the Crown that's made that commitment publicly. I'd like to know what the department is doing. And please remember, this is not this. All issues in education are serious. This is very serious.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. So there are a number of steps that we take to support parents as their child is ready to enter the school system, to ensure that the transition for them is a positive one, and that the supports are there. So, of course, and the member would know this as a former educator, we go through a number of supports for the students, starting, of course, we have our transition meetings with parents that talk about the needs of their child as they transition. There's always consultation supports that are there for the family. Developmental intervention services are there through the department. Speech language supports are there. Autism supports, support staff are there to support it. And all of these are readily available to the parent and the student upon the decision that they're going to enter the system. So there's no delay in those supports. They're there for them. They're there to access for families, and a lot of the investments that I talked about earlier tonight, when it comes to inclusive education, in the last, we've hired 26 additional autism support specialists within the system to help support families. That's just one example of the 60 million that we're investing. Again, 15 this year, another 200 staff plus that will help support students in the system and their families. So that paints a bit of a picture of what we do as a department and as branches of the department to help support families as they enter the system.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your response. So just for clarity, is it correct to say that the that the department does not know how many new students, autistic students, will be entering the system that have completed the 6-month EIBI. The department does not know that number as of yet. Is that correct?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, that is not correct. We actually do know that. I just don't have it with me tonight, and we'll happily provide it to the member.
Okay.
Member?
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I certainly, through you, I appreciate that to the minister. Obviously, in order to adequately prepare the appropriate programming, as you've laid out, you need to know those numbers. You need to know the number of individuals that you're going to be providing that support. I mean, I think that's just a very basic start line to begin with. And certainly, as an MLA, as an opposition MLA, I'll continue to monitor that. And I want to thank folks for the ongoing work that they're doing to support all our learners. I want to continue with the theme, Mr. Chair, of student wellness and student supports being offered within our schools. On March 17th, CBC News reported that 5-year-old Bellamy Desroches requires an injection every day at school at lunchtime for type 1 diabetes. And I have an article there, Mr. Chair, which I'll certainly table that. Now, under the current guidelines, which were implemented in 2010, school staff in Nova Scotia can be trained to monitor blood glucose levels and supervise insulin injection. However, school staff are not responsible to be trained to administer that injection. And I understand Nova Scotia's guidelines on this are currently under review in collaboration with Diabetes Canada and the IWK and Nova Scotia Health. Can the minister give us an update on where those things are? Obviously this has to do with student safety, a student's ability to function and learn. Obviously, being unable to get access to this injection will most certainly interfere with the learning process for that student. So could the minister provide us an update and what investments, what plans are being made to address that?
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So, I follow some of the media that goes out on this too as well. So I don't have the consent, but I will say this: any student that is in a situation where they need that kind of support, we work with the parents. We design a health plan for that student to ensure that they're getting the supports that they need, and if need be, there is somebody on site that can help that support. So we work closely with parents. We really, in any given year, any given time, we're always engaged with our regional centers across the province to ensure that if any students need that particular health support, that they can get it.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, I mean, in some respects, we've been down this path before. I mean, geez, I remember years ago when I was an acting vice principal, being told by my principal, go set up a station in the office for EpiPen delivery. And I remember having to designate a specific area, having a designated individual that could administer that EpiPen for, as severe allergic reactions. So schools, and to some degree, they've dealt with these situations before. My understanding is British Columbia is the only province that has school staff administer insulin in these particular cases. So I guess the question is, in terms of the plans that are being developed between the department and the various healthcare agencies, will teachers, will they be administering this, or will the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, are they going to bring outside staff to administer these supports? If you could give us an update.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members, so teachers will not be administering it. Qualified professionals will be administering it. We're still working with our stakeholders to determine what that's going to look like. But as I've already said, we design health plans for students that need them, working with their families to ensure that they get the support that they need.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And how much time do I have left?
You have 13 minutes, 12 and a half.
Great. 12 and a half. There you go. Well, in the time we have left, I'd like to discuss the links between this budget and the mandate letter, the education mandate letter. Some of the things I've been talking about for the past number of years, I see contained here. So I have to say that there's a lot of positive things here. And for you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, I mean, there's I believe a lot of opportunity here to really improve education, and like anything else, I mean, we want all our students to be successful. I want the system to be successful, and so obviously I wish you well in many of these endeavors. I mean, this is good stuff, and obviously, I mean, there's so much to talk about here. I'd like to take a look at the last point on the mandate letter, which is page 3. Invest more in the options and opportunities program. And Mr. Chair, I mean, I taught it all in social studies, IB, just about every social studies subject. But I have to say, my 5 years in the options and opportunities program, being in charge of that program at Prince Andrew High School, was one of the best experiences I ever had. What an amazing program. And so when I see invest more in the options and opportunities program to help youth on their career paths, yes, good. This is fantastic. So my question is this: what investments are being made? Does it mean that there'll be more spaces opened up in that program? Can the Minister clarify what that means? And is there anything in the budget for options and opportunities?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question for the member. This is really kind of one of those opportunities that we have in my mandate letter. That's a really kind of flexible how I want to approach it. So, particularly with the program where we're constantly engaged with our partners to ensure that we're providing the spaces and as many opportunities as possible for students. I look particularly, and I kind of put I actually do put my old Minister of Energy hat on. I really see so much opportunity in the renewable and sustainable development side for what we can be teaching our students. I was involved with negotiating some new programs when it comes to energy efficiency, when it comes to significant investments that we're making in our housing stock here in the province. Our solar program went from a dozen companies to almost 70 in a year. We have wait lists, which is fantastic across the province because we have companies that are so busy that they're constantly looking for workers. We signed when I was there, we signed a new agreement with our 13 Mi'kmaq communities across Nova Scotia, where we're going to retrofit 2,400 homes over the next 10 years, which is a significant investment. I think that is such an opportunity for our Mi'kmaq students within our system. They should be doing the work in those communities. They should be the ones opening the businesses. I believe that is a huge opportunity for them. So this is one of the pieces of the mandate letter that kind of really excites me, because I think that we have our traditional industries that students are engaged in that have been longstanding parts of the program, but as we all know, and as this government is very serious about climate change, not only for what it means for the environment and for communities moving forward, but also for the opportunities that it presents. These are, the agreement alone with our Mi'kmaq communities is $40 million of work. In my time as energy minister, we made significant investments around our public housing. We expanded all of our efficiency programs to include houses that were, the program usually traditionally was only approved for houses that were electric heat. Now we expanded to all heating sources. So there's so many opportunities for students to learn new skills, whether it's in some of the things I talked about, some of the traditional industries. So really, it's this bullet and this important topic of the mandate letter. I kind of look at it as the sky's the limit. We're going to take a lot of feedback, of course, from our colleagues in the House, and you included. You and I kind of talked a little bit about this when we met. This is something that's important to me. This is something that I really want to establish in the program, because I really think that this is the future. There's going to be thousands of jobs. I'm not even talking about the big wind projects or the potential big solar projects, the community solar projects, active transportation projects. Look at what's happening with conversations around the Atlantic Loop and something that I've been very public about in my time as energy minister. These are significant opportunities really right across the province, because every community has access to renewable energy, and we need to ensure that our students are the ones that are exposed to it, not only in this program but also in our curriculum. What else can we be talking about in our classrooms with students? But this is big potential.
The member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly I appreciate the very fact that you mentioned that big potential. I've always felt options and opportunities is just getting started, and I can tell you this is a great achievement of John Hamm, Premier John Hamm, and his minister at the time. It's great to see, obviously, that the NDP government, the Liberal government, has continued with that. And then certainly, though, I'd like a little more specifics, though. What investments in this budget are investing in options and opportunities? Can you outline that, Minister? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the members. So we invest $9 million in the program. The $9 million goes towards of course, our staffing and our supports for our students.
Member with 4.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Minister. Certainly, I'll be looking for further investments in this program, and it's great to hear that you see this as an enormous opportunity for the youth and the economy of Nova Scotia. That's fantastic. The time that I have left, something very near and dear to my heart, Acadian and Francophone rights. Through you, Mr. Chair, Minister, my late wife was Acadian from Clare. My children, all 4 of the children, my stepchildren attend a Conseil Scolaire Acadien school here in East Dartmouth. I think it's really critical that the department knows that there is a frustration out there among parents, among Anglophone parents, about the local voice not being heard. The governance model that was brought in 2018 really removed that. And there's a lot of folks that want their voices heard. With respect to Acadian and Francophone School Board, though, we know that the promotion and protection of the language and culture of the Acadians and Francophones is paramount and needs to be not only protected, but promoted. And certainly that promotion we see in the data, in the numbers. CSAP is growing exponentially by leaps and bounds. So with respect to the mandate letter, it says to introduce the CSAP Act to provide the policy framework to protect the Acadian language and culture. I encourage you not only to protect, but it should actively promote. So could the minister provide some information on the time frame as to when can our Acadian and Francophone community expect that piece of legislation?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I apologize if I don't get this all in. I don't know how much time we have left, but I've had the opportunity to meet with the group both over the phone and in person. I continue to have the conversations with them. I 100% agree with the member when it comes to we need to celebrate and we need to protect language and culture. There is no question about that. So, we're working on what the timeline will be. I don't actually have that right now, but I've met with the stakeholders. We continue to meet with them, and as well other departments meet with them too. So Acadian Affairs is involved with it as well. So we continue to talk to them. They're a passionate group. They've been great to work with, and I have some Acadian roots myself. So it's
Oh yeah,
it's important to us too, but it's not. It's in the mandate letter, and I really want to get it done. So we're just working through them now.
Member with 1.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly my colleagues from the PC caucus tomorrow will no doubt have a number of questions, no doubt of a local nature to their schools, and obviously, Mr. Chair, I want the minister to fully understand that the issues that were brought up here today, specifically when it came to the Haregraves and Whitley report. These are all very important pieces of information. Nova Scotians want to know about their inclusion model. I hope the minister keeps in mind that there is a lot of questions around school staffing here in the HRCE, specifically in our high schools. A lot of questions I get on school infrastructure, the deferred maintenance, and Mr. Speaker, the main questions that were asked here related to students, and that at the end of the day, I know we're all agreed upon that has to be our priority each and every day, setting our students up for success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The time for the PC caucus has expired. For the last 30 minutes, before we complete our 4 hours for today, I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Home stretch, no resolution tonight, so we'll be back at it tomorrow at some point. But I want to pick up where we left off, and we were talking about site review and school capital. And with respect, I asked a pretty detailed question, and the answer was, well, TIR decides. And based on everything that I have heard and discussed and researched and asked about this topic in the last 3 years, that is simply not accurate. TIR, of course, does the technical evaluation of the site. I understand that. I'm going to refer the minister to a press release from his department in 2019, and I can table this, however that happens in the ether, but I promise I'll do it. Where, it says, the former Minister of Education talks about how site selection is going to be so great, it's going to take less time, and then lays out that, in the case of a replacement school, existing site will be considered first, a site review will be conducted. If 2 or more sites meet the criteria, the community will be consulted. But then at the end, it goes on to say, under the new capital plan project, regional centers for education, the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial, and staff from the departments of education, early childhood development, and transportation and infrastructure renewal will form a committee to review and prioritize proposed capital projects. A complete list assigned a priority will be provided to government for final decisions based on budget. That's not that dissimilar than what used to come out of school boards. So school boards would provide a list. And then, the department would presumably then move that list up the chain, and then something would get approved. It's always been a black box from where I sit, but now it's more of a black box because all of that happens behind layers of closed doors that not only the public, but, as an elected official, I just have no access to. So there's a rolling capital plan that I can see, but in terms of decision making, I just have no idea. And in terms of community consultation, I have even less of an idea. So I want to ask the question again, because I've been asking this question for 3 years, and one of these days I'm going to get a really great answer, which is, what is the school site selection, in the school site selection process, what is the public engagement part? Because as the minister well knows, as a parent, your children, my children, spend their lives in these schools. and where the school is really important. Now, I'm an urban MLA, but I would actually go so far as to say it's even more important for rural Nova Scotians, because proximity and transportation and all of those issues are major. And I think a lot of that actually cannot be determined by a group of people, particularly not by, I would suggest, by just the transportation department in Halifax. There has to be robust community engagement, particularly as we attract new people to the province. We've seen schools like Petite Riviere, we've seen tons of schools that have been slated for closure over the past several years, who have gathered the community and rallied and saved their school. And in many of those cases, those communities where the schools sit have gone on to thrive. I cannot give you an example of a business park that has gone on to thrive because a school has been built in it. Now, that's a pot shot at the Eastern Shore situation. If that's what the community wants, that's what the community wants. I'm not speaking against that, but we need a process. And so I'm really hoping that the minister can tell me that at least there is a process being developed such that communities can have genuine, robust input into these important decisions.
The Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the members. So I'm going to try to explain this the best I can, and feel free to jump in at any point here. So if a school is, if the same site is selected that the school resides on currently, if that decision is the decision, then that's the decision. The school's going to stay there. So this is where the community consultation comes in. So if TIR comes back with multiple sites outside of the regular site, then they have to release that information to the public so the public can see that. And that this is all on that website I talked about earlier with what we're doing in the Eastern Shore. So that's when the community consultation kicks in. It's one of the key steps in it when you get into multiple sites. So if you know, you can use any example in the province. If we're in Sydney and we're replacing Sydney Academy and Sydney Academy, which we're not, but it's just for the record, we're not replacing Sydney Academy. So if it's that school and staying on the same site, then that's the decision. That's a decision made between TIR and the regional center and Department of Ed. It's when you get into multiple sites, that's when the assessment has to go out to the public. That's when the public has the opportunity to provide feedback before any decision is made. So that's what I have for now.
The honorable member.
Okay, I'll just keep asking until I find a robust strategy at the other end of my question. But I will also just, you know, for the record, that's what the Eastern Shore website has now, but that's after there was a judicial review filed of the decision on which there was no public input. So getting to the end of this subject, you know, we see Tourism Nova Scotia has a campaign to bring people here because of our great epidemiology. You know, I know where I live in Dartmouth South, but all across the whole province, we've seen a massive and actually kind of awful kind of spiking of real estate prices, but like we know those homes are being built with, you know, Toronto dollars and Alberta dollars and all that, and so people are coming, and a lot of those people have families, and so I'm wondering again whether the Department of Education is looking at that, particularly as people start to relocate into rural areas. You know, a lot of times people, not just people from away, but people from here want to live in a town with a school and a hospital and a main street and a general store and restaurant, you know, all that stuff. Is that actually privileged, like in the competition there, that, you know, it's actually really good to have schools in communities and not on highways and in business parks?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So we do look at, so the regional centers look at these projections all the time. You know, I was involved with an announcement this past week when it came to modulars, just because based on the projections that they're making as population grows in certain spots, and we need to be able to adjust our infrastructure to support those students until some of those new schools are built. You're absolutely right. What we're seeing right now across the province, and I'm seeing it at home in Cape Breton, is absolutely unbelievable what is happening. It is, and you're right, it is a bit scary. We're seeing the, you're seeing some of the values of real estate go up, but we also have lots of people moving to our communities, which is fantastic for our diversity, because we have people coming from all over the place. So it's great. I always say that our whole community at home is built on the diversity of people coming from all over the world to work at the steel plant and work in the coal mines. So I have the privilege of representing Whitney Pier in Membertou in my riding, which is a pretty fantastic story. It's really an honor for me. But in regards to schools, it is something that we need to talk about. And the regional centers do it with us. We do projections. They use population models based on what they're seeing in communities. And really, when it comes to the site selection, it's a case of, again, it's the process. So if the current site fits, a decision is made there. But when you get into multiple sites, it isn't about us saying, well, we think the site is better than another site. We provide multiple sites. The community has the opportunity at that point to provide feedback on what they think, and that's based on. I tend to. It's not just based on the site. It's based on what they want to see in their community. It's about growth. It's about a number of things that are important as we see populations grow, because services will need to expand, and wants and demands will be there from people. So. So we do look at all of that when we look at your future infrastructure versus.
The honorable member.
Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. And I guess this is also for the Department of Transportation, but it's not a black and white thing. Like someone's going to walk into Whitney Pier and be like, oh, there's 3 possible sites, right? Like there's always discretion. And I guess what I'm saying is, better example would be South Shore, Nova Scotia. But I would hope, and in fact, I had proposed that, like when Develop Nova Scotia came out with their placemaking as one of their sort of core functions, I said to Develop, can you be the placemaking clearinghouse for all of government? So can we run these decisions through a lens that talks about creating the kind of province and the communities, particularly in rural Nova Scotia, that we all want and that the people who live there want? So, I just throw that out there to say that I think you'd be hard pressed to say that there were very many cases when a school outside of any community is better than a school inside a community. And I think our views on that have changed a lot over the last 10 or 12 years as planning has evolved. But I would hope that the department's taking that into account. A specific question actually about Cape Breton. A number of years ago, the government announced a new elementary school for Glace Bay to replace Tompkins Elementary School in Reserve Mines and the former McDonald Elementary School in Dominion. Can the minister let us know if a site has been selected for that school and when work is expected to begin?
Minister.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So TIR is still completing their technical assessment of sites for the school. So we don't have that back yet, but that would be step one. As I've said, if it comes back with multiple sites, then we have to go through that community conversation as well, and that will all be public to everyone. And then after that step, whenever that step is completed, then we have to go to the RFP for design, which ideally we would do in this fiscal.
The honorable member.
Thank you for that answer. I want to move on to childcare. At the risk of continuing to repeat myself, but hopefully I'll have some new questions and you'll have some new answers. And one of the questions that I want to ask again is about childcare for essential workers during the pandemic. So I am aware that the province used the federal money to keep childcare centers whole during the pandemic. But we were the only province that did not provide licensed childcare for essential workers. So Newfoundland and Labrador, PEI, Quebec, Ontario, the Yukon also actually waived childcare fees altogether for essential workers in addition to providing childcare. Here, after a lack of provincial government action, the DAL students volunteered to provide childcare for essential workers, which I guess is great in the absence of anything else. But I would love to understand the decision-making process about why this wasn't provided. And I would hope that if we face that kind of situation again, that we wouldn't see a repeat of that.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So we're always engaged with our partners to determine what support we can provide, and we were during the pandemic. This is something that was important to government was to keep the sector whole. We're one of two jurisdictions that did it to ensure that workers continue to get paid and the supports were there for them, so that when they were available to be reopened, they were. So I guess what I can say at this point, of course, if we were ever in this situation again, to your question, we reach out to our stakeholders. We ensure we do whatever we can.
But I am proud of the response that we did have as a government. We're, as I've said, we're one of only 2 jurisdictions that had the response and made the response that we did to ensure that we kept the sector whole through the pandemic.
Member with about 9.5 minutes left.
Thanks. And, I appreciate that the minister is answering for a former minister, but I will say that, I heard from a number of essential workers in my own constituency who did not have access to organic childcare, for whom it was an unbelievable burden not to have that. The sector was whole, but it wasn't open for several months, which was fine according to public health guidelines, but was not fine for nurses and doctors and folks on the front line who, needed to go to work. But shifting a little bit, information released today, actually, by Stats Canada, shows that 55% of children under the age of 6 in Nova Scotia were in some form of childcare in 2020. And the interesting thing is that is down from 61% in 2019. So we would expect it to go up. We've rolled out pre-primary, but instead it's going down. Does the minister have any insight onto why that number is decreasing?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member, I really don't want to speculate on that. That's an important question. So I have some own personal thoughts, but I hope that you'll ask me that tomorrow, so I can get you the proper answer to it. So we're in a situation where you have the pandemic may have played a part in it, where people may have been home. More people have been home. You have the transition of kids into the pre-primary program, which is not registered as childcare. So I just want to get you the right answer. So if we can continue that conversation, hopefully I have you for some discussion tomorrow, and I'll get you a better answer to that question.
Member for Dartmouth South.
I'll look forward to it. So to childcare fees, something we've discussed before, but let's come back around. And we won't get through it tonight, but tomorrow for sure we can pick it up. So an FOI request received by our caucus included a calculation of the funding model for family home childcare providers. Their average weekly revenue was $993. Their average weekly funding from the department was $187. And so the shortfall was $806. So $806 to be covered by parent fees. So that's 20% of the funding that's provided by the department. I know we're talking to the feds, but are there any plans to increase that 20% number in terms of funding to be able to essentially defray parent fees, which is where the rest of the money comes from?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. I don't know how much time we have left at this point, but what I'll say is this: as I said earlier on in the conversation in our last round, we are in negotiation for a new agreement, so that will come in short order. Hopefully, that we'll be through that. But particularly with the providers, they set their own fees, and parents can apply for subsidies. So if they need support, and we know that we've provided close to 5,000 subsidies for parents who've actually requested that support through the department. So we do spend a significant amount of resources, importantly, to those families that need that support. As I said earlier, we spend significantly on the sector, but as I've said, we're in the middle of negotiations right now. So I'll be happy to update everyone when I have the opportunity to do it.
Member with 4.5 minutes. Sorry, 3.5 minutes.
Okay. Time disappearing before our eyes. I thank the minister for that answer. I'm glad that there's a new agreement being ironed out, and I will leave the minister with this, with lots of time to think about it, because I don't think I'll get an answer tonight. But Quebec, BC, Alberta, Newfoundland and Labrador, Prince Edward Island have all figured out how to provide greater access to more affordable childcare. And to the minister's point about subsidies, it's not lost on us that these are available, but it is actually lost on a lot of people. And so part of the reason why we advocate for a universal system is for universal access, because as soon as there's a patchwork of grants and subsidies and applications and submissions, just tons of people fall away. Just naturally they do. Last week, during debate, the minister suggested that Nova Scotia wanted to be first in rolling out, a universal childcare program. I think the minister said that tonight, but we're not first. We're not even close to first. All of those other provinces have figured out a way to do it. They could probably do it better, and they could certainly have a more robust program with federal funding if that comes to pass. But in the meantime, they have taken the concrete steps required to build a universal program with lower fees and greater access and higher wages. So can the minister comment on why we can't start that process now, have a made in Nova Scotia solution, and keep the door open to conversations with federal colleagues?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So we're very proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish as a government. Pre-primary was the first step for us. It has been a huge success. 15,000 4-year-olds have been part of the program. 1 in 4 Nova Scotia children had access to early childhood learning. So we're very proud of that. The 900 employees that are part of our pre-primary program now, and it's something that is going to have a huge impact for the province moving forward. I don't disagree with the member. My mindset goes to those conversations with the sector that I've been having about what the future holds. 4-year-olds are in the pre-primary program. What's the next step for us? We've made significant investments looking at wages, looking at supports, looking at subsidies. And you're right, eventually the conversation is moving to a universal system. We want to have the conversation with our federal partners. They have been very open about what they want to do, and I think it's important before we move forward that we have the conversation with them to see what supports are there. So I stand by that, and we're going to continue to invest in the sector. We're going to look at every option we can because we know it's the next evolution of childcare here in the province. But pre-primary has been a huge success. It was an important step for families in this province, and we got to keep looking at what the future holds.
Order, please. The time for questioning for this evening has expired. As the honourable member from Dartmouth South mentioned, we'll be back at it again tomorrow. I can't say same time, but same place and same station anyway. And just for the minister's information, the score is tied 1-1 halfway through the second period. So thank you all. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night.